The room is quiet now, but the air still feels heavy with the words you didn't quite say. Or perhaps it is heavy with the words you said, but wrapped so tightly in apologies that they lost their shape. Maybe earlier this evening you reached for something, a hand to hold, a glass of water, a moment of someone's attention, and before the request even left your lips, you were already apologizing for the space it would take up. You felt that familiar, small tightening in your chest, the instinctive reflex to soften your edges, to shrink your presence, to make your hunger or your tiredness or your simple human ache as small and as invisible as possible. You phrased your need like a question that had already been answered with a no, and you apologized for the interruption before anyone had even had the chance to turn toward you. It is a quiet weight to carry, this habit of apologizing for the fact of your own existence. It is a subtle, exhausting way to live, moving through the world as if you are constantly trying to navigate a crowded room without bumping into a single chair. You have become an expert at the art of the minimal footprint. You have learned how to ask for help without sounding like a burden, how to express sadness without sounding like a catastrophe, and how to accept kindness without feeling like you are stealing it from someone else's reserve. As you lie here under the weight of your blankets, let the tension of that performance begin to loosen. You do not have to be easy to keep tonight. You do not have to be a person who asks for nothing to be worthy of staying. There is no need to fix this right now. There is no need to learn a new way to speak or to find a sudden, great strength. Tonight, we are simply going to sit with the truth of what is. We are going to look very gently at the moments where you have tried to disappear, and we are going to see them for what they are, the echoes of an old, tired lesson. We are going to move through a series of quiet, lived moments. We will visit rooms filled with the scent of damp earth and cooling tea, and we will sit in the shadows of hallways where the only sound is the rhythmic turning of or the soft hum of a refrigerator. We will encounter people who, much like you, have carried the habit of the apology like a small, cold stone in their pocket. We will see the way they move, the way they hide their discomfort, and the way they eventually, slowly, begin to learn that the world is wide enough to hold their needs. There is no instruction here. There is no map for how to be better or how to be more deserving or how to be less of a burden. There is only companionship. Here in the stillness to walk through these memories with you. We will observe the way a fevered night feels, the way a heavy task can weigh on a tired limb, and the way the simple act of receiving a bowl of rice or a warm blanket can be a profound, quiet practice of being alive. As you breathe, try to notice if there is a part of you that is still bracing, a part of you that is waiting for the other shoe to drop, or waiting to say sorry for simply listening to these words. If you feel that impulse, just notice it. Let it be there. You don't have to push it away. We will simply breathe alongside it. The stories we are about to enter are not grand or dramatic. They are small. They are found in the texture of a chipped blue mug, the sting of a splinter, the steam rising from a bowl of soup, and the dim light of a nursery lamp. They are found in the ordinary, tactile details of a life being lived, sometimes heavily, sometimes lightly, but always, inevitably, being felt. We will look at the ways we try to erase ourselves to make room for others, and we will see what happens when we stop trying to be invisible. We will see that the space you occupy is not a mistake. The hunger you feel, the thirst you experience, the need for warmth or for a steady hand. These are not inconveniences. They are the very things that connect us to the world. They are the signals that you are here, that you are present, and that you are part of the great breathing whole. So let the blanket settle. Let your limbs grow heavy against the mattress. Let the light in the room fade into the soft, gray edges of sleep. There is nothing left to negotiate tonight. There is no need to justify your presence or to minimize your weight. You are allowed to take up this space. You are allowed to be exactly as you are, tired, or seeking, or simply resting. As we begin, let the rhythm of my voice be a steadying pulse. Let the images of these stories settle over you like a soft, familiar quilt. We are moving into a space where the apology is no longer necessary, and where the only thing required of you is to exist and to rest and to listen. The world is vast, and it is capable of holding all of you. Let us begin. Story 1. Lena apologizes for asking for water while sick at night. The heat arrived slowly, a heavy, invisible weight that settled over the sheets long before Lena actually woke. It began as a dull, rhythmic throb behind her eyes, the kind of sensation that makes the air in the room feel thicker, more difficult to move through. When her eyes finally flickered open, the darkness of the bedroom was not empty, but filled with the slow, hypnotic rotation of the ceiling fan. The blades moved through the shadows, cutting the air with a soft, rhythmic swish, swish, a sound that usually brought her peace, but tonight felt like a countdown. She tried to shift her weight, but the movement felt monumental. Her skin felt strangely tight, as if her body were slightly too large for itself. The pillowcase, once crisp and cool, was now damp and clinging to her forehead, a humid patch of fabric that trapped the rising heat of her fever. Every breath felt labored, not because the air was thin and not because she was out of breath, but because the very act of breathing felt like something she was doing too loudly, too much. Beside her, the bed shifted. There was the low, rhythmic breathing of her husband, David. He was deep in the quiet, uncomplicated sleep of someone who was not currently burning from the inside out. Lena lay still, staring at the dark shape of the fan blades. The thirst came next. It wasn't just a dry throat. It was a hollow, aching desert in the back of her mouth, a physical craving for something cold and liquid to break the heat. She swallowed, and the movement felt scratchy, like sandpaper against silk. She knew exactly where the water was. She could see the faint, amber glow of the nightlight from the hallway, spilling a thin ribbon of light across the carpet. She knew that if she got up, she would have to navigate the edge of the nightstand, avoid the discarded strip of silver medicine foil from the ibuprofen she had taken earlier, and reach for the glass sitting precariously on the edge of the sink in the adjacent bathroom. She waited. She waited for the thirst to subside, or for the fever to break, or for a way to simply endure the dryness without having to move. She lay there, composing the request in her mind, and even then the apology was already forming, a reflexive habit that lived in her throat. "I'm sorry, but could you? I'm so sorry to wake you, but I just need... Sorry, I don't mean to be a bother, but..." The words felt like a shield. If she could only soften the request enough, if she could wrap the need in enough layers of regret, perhaps the need itself would become smaller. Perhaps she could ask for the water without actually asking for anything, at least. She watched the shadow of the fan blade pass over the wall. She thought about the glass on the sink. The water inside it would be cool, still, and heavy. She imagined the sensation of it sliding down her throat, quenching the fire, settling the thrumming in her temples. But the thought of the walk to the hallway, the way her footsteps might creak on the floorboards, the way the light from the door would illuminate her face, sweaty, flushed, and visibly unwell, made her recoil. To be seen in this state was to be a burden. To be thirsty was to demand that someone else leave the warmth of their sleep to perform a task. It felt as though her fever were a breach of a silent contract, an unexpected complication in the smooth, quiet night they had agreed upon. A small, sharp ache pulsed in her temple. The humidity of the pillowcase felt even heavier now, a damp shroud. She felt the urge to reach out, to touch David's shoulder, to tap him gently and say, "I am unwell." But even that thought felt too much like an imposition. She found herself mentally rehearsing how to minimize the impact of her discomfort. She would make it sound trivial. She would emphasize that it was nothing, just a small thing, a momentary thirst that wouldn't last. She stared at the ceiling, her her eyes tracing the invisible lines of the room. In the corner, the shadows seemed to deepen and recede with every rotation of the fan. The silence of the house was immense, broken only by the fan and the distant rhythmic hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. She felt a profound sense of loneliness, not because David was asleep, but because she was already retreating into herself, building a wall of politeness around her own suffering. She was shrinking, pulling her edges inward, trying to occupy as little space as possible in the shared atmosphere of the room. The thirst became a sharp, demanding thing, a physical protest against her silence. Her tongue felt thick. The dryness was no longer just a sensation, it was an interruption. Finally, she moved. It was a small, tentative movement, a slow peeling of her limbs from the heavy blankets. The sudden change in temperature made her shiver, a violent, sudden tremor that shook her entire frame. She sat up, the motion making her head swim. The hallway light was a small, beckoning eye in the dark. She sat on the edge of the bed, her feet finding the cold floor. She stayed there for a moment, listening to the steady, undisturbed breathing of the man beside her. The guilt of the interruption began to rise, a familiar, bitter taste. She stood, her legs feeling heavy and uncoordinated, like she was walking through shallow water. She moved toward the light, her eyes fixed on the floor, avoiding the sight of her own disheveled silhouette in the mirror of the hallway. As she reached the bathroom, the sight of the glass on the sink edge stopped her. It looked so simple, so mundane, a mere vessel of glass and liquid. Yet as she reached for it, her hand hovered, trembling slightly. She thought of the way she would have to walk back, the way she would have to tap his arm, the way the light would hit his closed eyes. She gripped the glass, the coldness of it, a sudden sharp shock against her warm palm. The weight of it was comforting. She took a small, hesitant sip, the water tasting of nothing and everything. It was the most precious thing in the world. She stood in the dim amber glow of the nightlight, the moisture from the glass dripping slightly onto her hand. She looked at the silver foil of the medicine packet on the counter, a small, discarded remnant of a previous attempt at comfort. She thought about the apology she was about to deliver. She practiced the tone in her mind, not too loud, not too urgent. Apologetic murmur that would signal her need without demanding his attention. She was preparing to present her discomfort as a minor inconvenience, a small ripple in the calm of the night that she had already tried and failed to smooth over herself. She turned back toward the bedroom, the glass held tightly, her heart thudding a slow, uneven rhythm against her ribs. She was coming back to the bed, coming back to the shared space, carrying the weight of a simple human thirst and the heavy, familiar weight of the need to say sorry for it. Story 2. Marcus feels guilty asking for help during a migraine. The fluorescent lights in the office did not flicker, but to Marcus, they seemed to pulse. It was a slow, rhythmic throb that synchronized with the pressure behind his left eye. He sat at his desk, the blue light of the monitor leaching the color from his skin, watching the cursor blink. Each blink felt like a tiny hammer against his temple. The office was mostly empty now. The cleaning crew had already passed through, leaving behind that sterile, lemon-scented emptiness that settles into carpet fibers after 6 o'clock. The only sound was the low, mechanical hush of the photocopier in the corner, a steady breathing drone that usually went unnoticed, but tonight felt heavy, like a weight pressing against the silence. Marcus leaned back, his head resting against the ergonomic curve of his chair. He pressed a small, damp strip of menthol patch against his temple. The scent was sharp and medicinal, a biting coolness that fought against the heat radiating from his brow. It was a small comfort, but even the coolness felt like an intrusion on the quiet of the room. On his desk sat a stack of quarterly reports. They were neat, perfectly aligned, yet they felt insurmountable. There was one small task left. A simple data entry verification that would take perhaps 20 minutes if his vision weren't blurring at the edges. It was a trivial thing. Any of his colleagues, even the junior associates who had left an hour ago, could have finished it in a heartbeat. He had seen Sarah pass his cubicle around 5. She had paused, her hand on the fabric partition, her eyes bright with the anticipation of going home to her family. "Still at it, Marcus?" she had asked, her voice light. "Just finishing up," he had replied, his voice already practicing that practiced, steady flatness. He had smiled, a small, polite tightening of the lips, and felt the sudden, sharp sting of a movement in his head. He hadn't said, "My head is splitting. I can't see the numbers clearly. Could you please help me with this last page?" Instead, he had felt that familiar sinking heat in his chest, the sudden instinctive reflex to shrink. To ask would be to interrupt her evening. To ask would be to admit that the physical self was failing, that he was becoming a person who required extra steps, extra time, extra thought. It was easier to sit here in the dimming light, letting the migraine bloom into a full-scale storm, than to be the reason someone else's commute was delayed by 10 minutes. He looked at the paper stack. The edges of the white sheets seemed to glow with a harsh, vibrating intensity. He picked up a pen, but his fingers felt clumsy, thick, and uncoordinated. He tried to focus on a single column of figures, but the numbers began to dance, drifting off the lines of the ledger. He closed his, the darkness behind his eyelids, offering a momentary reprieve. But the pressure remained, a dull ache that seemed to radiate down his neck and into his shoulders. He was alone in the building, surrounded by the ghosts of a workday, and the silence was thick with the things he hadn't said. An hour passed, or perhaps it was 2. Time had become fluid, much like the blurred edges of his vision. The office had transitioned into a deep navy blue. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to stretch toward him. Finally, the heavy door at the end of the hall creaked. It was David, the night security guard, doing his final rounds. The sound of his heavy footsteps echoed through the cubicle rows, a rhythmic, hollow percussion. "Still here, Marcus?" David's voice was low, careful, as if he were aware of the fragility of the quiet. "Just about done," Marcus said. He felt the familiar surge of shame, the need to appear as though he were in total control, even as his pulse hammered against his temple. "You look a bit pale, man. Everything all right?" "Fine. Just a long day." The lie felt heavy in his mouth. He wanted to say that the world was tilting. He wanted to say that he was struggling to stay upright. But he simply nodded. A small, dismissive gesture that pulled the curtain shut on his true state. When the clock finally struck 8, Marcus gathered his things. His movements were slow, deliberate, as if he were moving through water. He placed the paper stack into his briefcase, the friction of the paper against the leather making a sound like a sharp intake of breath. The walk to the parking garage was a descent into a different kind of quiet. The elevator ride was a pressurized silence, the ascent and descent making his ears pop painfully. When the doors slid open, the air in the garage was cool and smelled of damp concrete and old exhaust. The garage was a cavern of shadows and concrete pillars. His footsteps on the epoxy floor produced a lonely, metallic echo that seemed to bounce off the low ceiling and return to him, mocking his solitude. He reached his car, a dark sedan that sat quietly under a single dim light. As he sat in the driver's seat, he realized he didn't want to drive. The thought of navigating the turns, the lights, and the traffic felt like an impossible feat of navigation. He sat there for a moment, the engine off, staring at the dashboard. Then his phone vibrated in the cup holder. It was a text from David. "Hey, I'm heading out toward the north exit. I'm passing your lot. Do you need a lift to the highway junction?" Marcus stared at the screen. The light from the phone was blinding. He felt the familiar reflexive tightening in his throat. He could drive himself. He could endure the headache, the dizziness, the disorientation. He could simply arrive home alone, much as he had arrived at the office. He began to type. "No, I'm fine. Thanks." But his thumb hovered over the screen. The ache in his head pulsed, a rhythmic reminder of his exhaustion. He deleted the text. "Actually, if it's not too much trouble..." He stopped. He couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. He deleted it again. He took a breath, the cool, stagnant air of the garage filling his lungs. He typed, "If you're passing by, that would be great. Thank you." He hit send, and immediately the shame arrived. It was a hot, prickling sensation, a feeling that he had just placed a heavy, unnecessary weight on David's shoulders. He felt as though he had broken a silent contract of independence. A few minutes later, the heavy hum of a vehicle approached. David's car pulled up alongside his. The window rolled down and the dim light from the interior spilled out onto the concrete. "You sure?" David asked, his face shadowed by the gloom. "Yes," Marcus said, opening his door. "Thank you. I'm so sorry for the trouble." The first apology slipped out before he had even stepped out of the car. It was a reflex, a way to preempt the judgment he imagined David might be feeling. As they drove out of the garage, the transition from the enclosed, concrete world to the outside air was jarring. It had begun to rain. Small, heavy beads of water were already beginning to decorate the windshield, blurring the streetlights into soft, golden orbs. The rhythm of the wipers was hypnotic. Thump, swish, a metronome for the quiet journey. The interior of David's car smelled of toasted coffee and old upholstery. It was a warm, enclosed space, and for a moment, the comfort of the heat against his skin made him want to weep. But he sat stiffly, his hands gripped tightly around his briefcase, trying to occupy as little space as possible in the passenger seat. "You're working too hard, Marcus," David said, his eyes fixed on the road. "I know. I'm sorry," Marcus said. This was the second apology. He didn't know how to stop. He felt the need to apologize for his presence, for the fact that his fatigue was something David had to witness, for the fact that he was even sitting in this seat. The rain intensified, turning the world outside into a smeared painting of grays and blacks. The headlights of oncoming cars swept through the cabin, momentarily illuminating the menthol patch on his temple, a small white smudge of vulnerability. "It's just a busy season," Marcus added, his voice small. "It's always a busy season," David replied, a note of quiet understanding in his tone. As they approached the highway junction, the larger, brighter lights of the main road began to flood the car. The movement was a sudden surge of energy, a break in the rhythmic solitude of the garage. "This is me," Marcus said, feeling the familiar, sharp pang of guilt for being the reason David had to deviate from his direct path. "I'm so sorry, truly. I didn't mean to make you go out of your way." The third apology landed heavily in the quiet of the car. David didn't respond with a lecture or a sigh. He simply slowed the car, pulled toward the shoulder, and waited. "It's no trouble, Marcus. We're all just trying to get home." Marcus stepped out into the rain. The droplets were cold and sudden, stinging his skin. He stood by the side of the road, watching the red taillights of David's car recede into the mist. He was alone again under the vast, wet sky. But the silence of the garage was gone, replaced by the steady, cleansing roar of the rain on the asphalt. He stood there for a moment, the menthol scent still sharp in his nostrils, feeling the ache in his head and the lingering, hollow echo of his own apologies, waiting for the rhythm of the rain to settle the trembling in his hands. Story 3. Emily says sorry for crying after a breakup. The kitchen was the only room in the house that felt truly awake. It was late, the kind of hour where the world outside the window has turned into a heavy velvet black, and the only movement is the rhythmic, low-frequency hum of the refrigerator. That hum was a steady companion, a familiar vibration that seemed to anchor the quiet house to the earth. Emily sat at the small wooden table, her hands wrapped tightly around a chipped blue mug. The ceramic was warm, a small, solid heat against her palms. A thin ribbon of steam rose from the soup inside, curling upward in the dim light of the overhead stove lamp. The scent of the broth, savory, salty, and laced with a hint of thyme, drifted upward, but it felt distant, as if she were breathing through a layer of thick cloth. Across from her, her sister Sarah moved with a slow, practiced grace. There was no sound of footsteps, only the soft, rhythmic clink of a spoon against a bowl, and the occasional muffled sound of the house settling. Sarah was drying a dish, the scent of lemon dish soap lingering faintly in the air, sharp and clean against the heavy, humid stillness of the night. Emily watched the way the light caught the dampness on Sarah's hands. She wanted to reach out, to say something that didn't feel like a heavy weight being dropped onto the table, but the words felt stuck, lodged behind the tightness in her throat. Every time she tried to swallow, the lump of grief rose higher. The breakup hadn't been a storm. It had been a slow, quiet erosion. There had been no shouting, no shattered glass, just a gradual thinning of presence, a series of silences that had eventually grown too large to bridge. Now, sitting in this quiet kitchen, the absence felt like a physical thing, a cold draft that no amount of warm soup could chase away. A single tear escaped, tracing a hot, stinging path down her cheek. She quickly reached up with the sleeve of her heavy wool cardigan, scrubbing at her face with the fabric. The wool was scratchy and smelled faintly of cedar and home. She felt a sudden, sharp flare of shame. She was here, in Sarah's kitchen, in the middle of the night, bringing this heaviness into a space that had been peaceful. "I'm sorry," Emily whispered, the words escaping before she could catch them. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make this so much." Sarah stopped moving. The dishcloth stayed draped over her hand. She didn't turn around immediately, which gave Emily a moment to try and pull her face back into a mask of composure. She wiped her eyes again, harder this time, her breath hitching in the quiet. "Sorry for what, Em?" Sarah asked. Her voice was low, steady and devoid of any edge. "For being like this," Emily said, her voice trembling. She stared down into the dark depths of her soup. "For coming here and just needing to cry. You have your own things.
I don't want to be a burden.
I don't want my sadness to be something you have to carry around with you." She felt the familiar, reflexive urge to shrink, to make herself smaller, to turn her grief into something invisible and manageable so that it wouldn't cost anyone anything. She had spent so long practicing the art of the quiet hurt, the art of the swallowed believing that if she could just keep her pain contained, she would remain easy to love. Sarah finally turned. She didn't move toward Emily with a grand gesture of comfort. Instead, she simply pulled out the chair opposite her and sat down. She didn't offer a platitude. She didn't tell Emily that everything would be fine. She just sat there, her presence a quiet, unmoving weight in the room. "The soup is getting cold," Sarah said softly, gesturing to the blue mug. Emily looked at the steam, which was beginning to dissipate into the shadows. "I've already ruined the mood, haven't I?" "The mood was already quiet, Emily. You didn't break it. You just joined it." Sarah reached out and briefly placed her hand on the table near Emily's. She didn't grab her hand. She simply offered the proximity. The warmth of Sarah's skin, even from a few inches away, felt like a small, steadying light. Emily took a breath, a real deep breath that reached into the hollow of her chest. The kitchen was still dim, the refrigerator was still humming, and the ache in her heart was still very much there. But the frantic, buzzing need to apologize for the very fact of her own existence in this moment of need, began to settle just a fraction. She looked at the chipped blue mug, noticing a small jagged notch in the rim where the glaze had worn away. It was an imperfection, a mark of use, of being handled and held and survived. She thought about how many times she had tried to smooth over her own edges, to sand down her needs, until she was seamless and easy. "It's just hard," Emily admitted, her voice barely audible over the hum of the house. "I know," Sarah replied. They sat in the silence together. It wasn't a silence of avoidance, but a silence of shared space. There was the scent of the lemon soap, the warmth of the broth, and the steady, rhythmic pulse of the night. Emily took a sip of the soup. It was warm and earthy, coating her throat. She didn't apologize for the swallow. She didn't apologize for the heat. She simply let the warmth exist, allowing the simple, ordinary act of nourishing herself to take place, one small, quiet sip at a time. Story 4. Caleb learns to hide pain instead of asking for care. The air in the cabin always smelled of sun-baked pine needles and the heavy, sweet scent of damp towels drying near the screen door. It was a thick summer smell. the kind that settled into the fabric of your clothes and stayed there long after you went home. For young Caleb, that smell was the scent of belonging, but it was also the scent of a secret he was beginning to carry. It was the third night of camp, and the woods were settling into that deep blue dusk that makes everything feel much larger than it actually is. The cicadas were beginning their rhythmic, pulsing drone in the canopy, a sound so constant it felt like the heartbeat of the forest itself. Caleb sat on the edge of his bunk, his legs dangling near the wooden rungs of the ladder. His feet were coated in a fine, pale layer of pine dust, a residue from a long afternoon spent racing through the trails near the lake. The ache had started small, a sharp, stinging prickle near the heel of his left foot, almost imperceptible beneath the throb of tired muscles. But as the cabin grew quiet and the other boys settled into the rhythmic breathing of sleep, the sensation had sharpened. It was a jagged, biting heat. He had tripped on a stray, broken branch near the edge of the clearing, a piece of cedar that had snapped with a dry, sudden crack. He hadn't even realized it then. He had just kept running, driven by the heat of the race and the desire to reach the water before the sun went down. Now, in the dim light, the pain felt like an intrusion. It felt loud. Caleb reached down, his fingers trembling slightly, and eased the edge of his sock away from his skin. The movement was slow, careful, as if any sudden motion might alert the entire cabin to his discomfort. He pulled the fabric down, and there it was, a small, angry split in the skin of his heel, where a splintered shard of wood had wedged itself deep. The skin around it was puckered and red, weeping a tiny, clear bead of moisture. He stared at it by the weak, flickering light of a small flashlight he had tucked under his pillow. The beam was narrow and pale, illuminating only the small patch of skin and the dust motes dancing in the air. In that small circle of light, the wound looked much larger, more significant, much more like a failure. To Caleb, pain was something that should be managed privately. He looked toward the counselor's bunk, where a heavy shadow moved as the man adjusted his sleeping bag. The counselor, a college student named Sam, who always smelled of campfire smoke and peppermint, was a kind man. He was the person who handed out extra marshmallows and knew exactly how to tie a fishing knot. But Sam was also the person who managed 20 boys, who kept the schedule, who made sure everyone was fed and safe. If Caleb went to him, Sam would have to stop whatever he was doing. He would have to find the first aid kit. He would have one more task to add to a long list of responsibilities. He would have to look at the wound, and then he would have to look at Caleb, and in that look, Caleb feared he would see a nuisance. He feared he would see a boy who was simply too much trouble to keep upright. The thought of being a burden felt heavier than the pain in his heel. It was a strange, heavy weight in his chest, a pressure that told him it was better to endure the sting in silence than to interrupt the smooth running of the camp. He imagined the counselor's face clouding with a momentary weary frustration. He imagined the sigh that would follow the request for help. He gripped the edge of the wooden bunk, his knuckles turning white against the dark grain of the wood. He tried to breathe through the sharp pulse in his foot, matching his inhales to the slow, steady creak of the cabin walls as they cooled in the night air. He thought about the lake towel draped over the foot of his bed, its coarse, blue cotton rough against his skin. He thought about the bandage tin, which he knew sat on the shelf in the counselor's corner, filled with neat rolls of white gauze and rolls of brown medical tape. He could almost hear the metallic click of the tin opening. He could almost feel the cool, sterile sting of an antiseptic wipe. But he stayed still. He forced himself to swallow the impulse to call out. He decided with the solemn, misguided gravity of a child that he could simply walk it off. He would press his foot against the floor, let the pine dust settle into the wound, and pretend the wood hadn't broken his skin. He would become a part of the scenery, as quiet and unnoticeable as the shadows under the bunk. He tucked the sock back into place, smoothing the fabric with meticulous care, hiding the red, angry split from the world. He leaned back against the thin, institutional pillow, staring up at the underside of the top bunk. The flashlight beam flickered and died as he clicked it off, plunging the cabin into a thick, velvety darkness. The pain remained, a steady, rhythmic reminder of the broken branch and the splintered wood. But as he lay there, listening to the wind move through the pines, Caleb felt a different kind of ache, a quiet, creeping loneliness that came from realizing he was the only one who knew he was hurting. He lay there in the dark, a small boy learning the heavy, lifelong habit of shrinking his own needs, convinced that the only way to remain a welcome guest in the world was to ensure that his presence never required more than a silent, painless endurance. He closed his eyes, wrapped himself in the damp, heavy heat of the summer night, and waited for the morning, hoping that by dawn he could pretend the wound had never happened at all. Let the images settle now. Let them drift through the quiet of this room, like dust motes in a late afternoon sun. Think of the dry, parched throat in the middle of the night, the way the thirst feels like a mistake, an intrusion upon the sleeping. Think of the weight of that paper stack, heavy and silent in the dim office light, and the way we hold our breath to avoid making a sound, as if our very presence were a noise someone might wish to turn down. Bring to mind the warmth of that steam rising from a chipped blue mug, and the way we try to swallow our tears so quickly that they become a lump in the throat, a secret we carry even while we are being seen. Recall the small, sharp sting of the splintered heel, tucked away under a heavy sock, the quiet limp that we walk with through the pine dust, choosing the ache of a hidden wound over the perceived imposition of a bandage. All these moments are threads in the same cloth. They are the small, quiet ways we try to shrink. There is a specific heavy rhythm to the way we move through the world when we are practicing this kind of vanishing. It is a careful, measured way of walking. It is the way we hold our hands tucked close to our sides so as not to take up more space than necessary. It is the way we soften our voices, rounding the edges of our words until our requests are so small they are almost impossible to hear. We do not speak in shouts. We speak in whispers that trail off, leaving the other person to guess at what we might actually require. Beneath the thirsty mouth, the heavy paper, the rising steam, and the hidden splinter, there is a single old lesson. It is a lesson we learned long ago, perhaps before we even had the words to name it. It is a quiet, persistent logic that settled into our bones like a chill in a stone floor. The lesson is this: if I need less, I will be easier to keep. If I can make myself small, if I can make my hunger invisible, if I can ensure that my sadness never spills onto the floor or stains the rug, then I am safe. If I am not a burden, I cannot be cast aside. If I am not a weight, I will not be a fatigue. We have learned to believe that our value is tied to our lightness, and that to be loved, we must be effortless. We have practiced the art of being easy. We have mastered the habit of being low maintenance. We have built a version of ourselves that is smooth and unobtrusive, like a stone polished by a river, until all its jagged edges, all its beautiful, necessary, demanding edges have been worn away. It is a tiring way to live, though we often do not realize how much energy it takes to remain so small. It takes a constant, vigilant effort to monitor our own gravity, to check ourselves at the door, to apologize. For the simple fact of our own existence, we treat our needs like uninvited guests, something to be hidden in the pantry or tucked away in a drawer, hoping no one notices the clutter they create. But as you lie here in the stillness, notice how the breath does not ask for permission. It does not apologize for its depth or its rhythm. It simply moves, expanding and contracting, taking what it needs from the air, and effortless and constant receiving. The thirst, the paper, the steam, the splinter, they are all part of the same human landscape. They are all reminders of the weight we carry and the heavy, beautiful truth that we are here and we are real and we are allowed to take up the space that we inhabit. Story 5. Nora feels ashamed to ask her daughter to stay longer. The tea in Nora's cup had grown quite still. A thin, translucent skin had formed over the surface, catching the low light of the kitchen pendant. It was no longer the bright, amber warmth that had greeted her when the evening began. It was something heavier now, cooling toward a dull, stagnant brown. Beside the cup, a single folded napkin sat perfectly straight, its edges crisp, a small monument to the order she tried so hard to maintain in the quiet hours. Across the table, her daughter, Claire, was moving with the efficient, rhythmic energy of someone who was already halfway out the door. There was the soft clink of a fork against a ceramic plate, the rustle of a coat being pulled from the back of a chair, and the familiar metallic jingle of car keys being gathered from the sideboard. Each sound was a small, rhythmic countdown. Nora watched the movement from the corner of her eye. She felt the weight of the house pressing in around her, the way the shadows pooled in the corners of the dining room, the way the refrigerator hummed a low, lonely note in the background. The silence of the house when Claire left was not a hollow thing, but a heavy one. It was a presence that sat in the empty chairs and waited in the hallway. "I should probably head out," Claire said, her voice light, already adjusting to the tempo of the night. "The traffic will be getting heavy by the time I hit the main road." Nora felt the familiar tightening in her chest, a small, constricted knot that she had carried for years. It was the instinct to shrink, to make herself as small and unobtrusive as a shadow on the wall. She felt the sudden, sharp ache of wanting the evening to stretch, to linger, to simply exist without the pressure of an ending. She wanted to ask Claire to sit back down. She wanted to ask her to tell one more story about her work, or to just stay and watch the light fade from the garden, even if they said nothing at all. But the words felt dangerous. To ask for more time felt like asking for a debt to be paid. It felt like reaching out a hand and accidentally pulling Claire away from her own life, her own momentum. "That's fine, dear," Nora said, her voice practiced in its easy, effortless smoothness. "You have a long drive. Don't stay on my account." She looked down at her tea, focusing on the way the steam had finally vanished. "I could stay for another 20 minutes, Claire offered, pausing with her hand on the strap of her bag. "The weather's actually quite nice tonight. We could sit on the porch for a moment." Nora felt the surge of hope, but it was immediately followed by a wave of heat, a sudden, stinging embarrassment. The thought of asking Claire to stay, of admitting that the house felt too large and too quiet, felt like an exposure. It felt as though by asking for 10 more minutes, she was revealing the deep, unfixable hollow of her own solitude. She did not want Claire to see the hunger for company as a hunger. She did not want her need to be a weight. "Oh no, don't be silly," Nora said, the apology arriving before the thought was even fully formed in her mind. "I'm actually quite tired myself. I was just about to head up and settle in. I wouldn't want you rushing through the dark." She forced a small, bright smile, the kind of smile that covers a crack in porcelain. "I'm fine, really. Go on, get home safe." Claire lingered for a second, her eyes searching Nora's face with a soft, intuitive doubt. "Are you sure? We could just sit for a bit. It's not much trouble." No, Nora insisted, her hands busily smoothing the edge of the tablecloth, smoothing the napkin, smoothing the air between them. "It's no trouble at all. Truly, I'm perfectly fine." The apology lived in the way she moved, in the way she minimized the space her presence occupied. It was in the way she reached for the plate to clear it, performing the labor of the host so efficiently that there was no room for a guest to linger. Claire sighed, a soft sound of concession, and leaned forward to kiss Nora's cheek. The scent of the outdoors, cool air and damp pavement clung to her jacket. "All right, I'll call you tomorrow morning, okay?" "I'll look forward to it," Nora said. She stood at the kitchen door and watched as Claire walked down the driveway. The porch light flickered on, casting a warm yellow circle onto the gravel. In that light, a small cluster of moths began to dance, their wings fluttering frantically against the glass of the porch screen. They bumped into the mesh, a soft, repetitive tapping, driven by a desperate, instinctual need to reach the light. Nora watched them. She felt a strange, quiet kinship with those tiny, frantic things. They were seeking something that was not actually reachable, pressing themselves against a barrier they could not see, driven by a hunger they could not name. She heard the screen door creak, a long, slow moan of wood and spring as Claire stepped out onto the porch. Then the sound of the car starting in the driveway, the low rumble of the engine, and the crunch of tires on gravel. The headlights swept across the kitchen window, momentarily illuminating the dust motte in the air. And then the red glow of the taillights faded into the distance. The silence returned. It was not the silence of peace, but the silence of an empty room. Nora stayed by the door for a long time. She did not turn on the overhead lights. She sat at the table in the dimness, the only light coming from the small lamp near the sink and the glow of the moths hitting the porch screen. She looked at the tea, now cold and dark. She looked at the folded napkin, still perfectly straight. She thought about the words she had used. "Don't be silly, I'm fine. No trouble." They were like small, polite stones she used to build a wall around her own longing. Each time she used them, the wall grew a little higher, a little thicker, until the person inside was almost entirely hidden. She was becoming a master of the easy exit, a virtuoso of the minimized request. She felt the ache in her chest, a dull, thrumming sensation. It was the ache of being able to sit in a room full of beautiful things and still feel the absence of a single, simple connection. She wanted to be able to say, "I am lonely, and I would like you to stay," She wanted to be able to say, "The silence is too loud tonight." But the habit of the apology was stronger than the courage of the need. Slowly, Nora stood up. Her joints felt stiff, as if the stillness of the house had begun to settle into her bones. She began to clear the table. She picked up the cold tea, the heavy ceramic mug feeling much weightier than it should. She rinsed the plate, the sound of the running water loud and jarring in the quiet kitchen. As she wiped the table, her eyes drifted back to the porch. The moths were still there, a frantic, rhythmic pulsing against the screen. They were exhausted, yet they continued to press, to seek, to strive against the very thing that kept them at a distance. Nora paused, her hand resting on the damp cloth. She looked at the empty chair where Claire had sat. She thought about the way the light falls on an empty room and how much easier it is to let the light go out than to try and keep it burning for someone else. She turned off the kitchen light. The room fell into a deep, velvet shadow, leaving only the faint, rhythmic tapping of the moths against the screen to mark the passing of the minutes. She walked toward the stairs, her footsteps muffled by the rug, leaving the tea, the napkin, and the unsaid words behind in the dark.
Story 6. Daniel apologizes for needing help after hurting his wrist. The apartment smelled of old dust and the sharp citrus scent of cleaning spray that hadn't quite dried. It was the kind of smell that stays in the back of your throat, reminding you of beginnings and the heavy, quiet work of settling in. Daniel sat on the edge of a flattened moving box, the cardboard seam beneath his weight groaning softly. A small, rhythmic sound in the hollow space of the living room. Around him, the floor was a mosaic of the afternoon's chaos. Crumpled takeout menus from the Thai place on the corner, a stray roll of packing tape, and the heavy, rhythmic clink of his key ring against the hardwood every time he shifted his weight. He tried to rub his wrist, but the movement pulled at the skin, sending a hot, pulsing ache up toward his elbow. It was a dull, thudding sensation, trapped tightly under the heavy leather of his watch band. Every time his pulse beat, the ache seemed to expand, pressing against the skin, reminding him of the moment the heavy box had slipped. The sudden, sickening jolt of his wrist, twisting against the weight of his own momentum. He looked at the stack of boxes waiting by the door. They were deceptrophically heavy, their brown surfaces scarred with marker scribbles and Sharpie arrows. To Daniel, each one felt like a silent demand, a task that required a strength he was currently pretending he still possessed. He had spent the last hour moving them in a solitary, focused rhythm, trying to maintain a sense of competence, a sense that he could navigate this transition, this entire new chapter, without any interruption to the flow of his own quiet independence. There was a soft knock at the door, the sound muffled by the heavy layers of unrolled bubble wrap leaning against the wall. "Daniel, you in there?" It was Mark, the neighbor from 4B. Mark was the kind of person who moved through the world with an easy, unhurried grace, the kind of person who didn't seem to notice the weight of the things he carried. Daniel wiped his palms on his jeans and forced a breath that felt too shallow. He stood up, the movement causing the injured wrist to throb in a sharp, stinging protest. He wiped a layer of stairwell dust from his forehead and opened the door. "Hey, Mark, just getting settled," Daniel said, his voice reaching for a casual, easy pitch. Mark stood in the hallway, leaning against the door frame, looking at the mountain of cardboard and the scattered debris of the move. "Looks like a lot of heavy lifting for one person. You doing okay? I saw you hauling that large one earlier." Daniel felt the familiar, reflexive tightening in his chest. The instinct to minimize, to shrink the reality of the pain until it was nothing more than a minor inconvenience, rose up in him like a tide. "Oh, yeah, it's fine, just a bit of a mess, that's all. I'm almost through the worst of it." "That bottom one looks like it's filled with books," Mark said, stepping into the room, his eyes landing on the largest, most cumbersome box near the hallway. "That's a heavy hitter. You want a hand with that one? I've got a few minutes before I head down." Daniel looked at the box, then back at Mark. He could feel the heat in his wrist, a localized fever beneath the watch band. He could feel the weight of the request, the way asking for help felt like an admission of a fracture, a crack in the smooth surface of his self-reliance. He didn't want to be the person who needed a neighbor. He didn't want to be the person who presented a problem to be solved. "No, really, it's okay," Daniel said, his words coming out a little too fast, a little too bright. "I've got a system going. I'm just sorting them as I go. It's not a bother at all, honestly. I'm almost done." He felt the lie settling in the air between them, thick and slightly bitter. He turned back to the boxes, picking up a smaller, lighter one, trying to demonstrate his capability through motion. He focused on the texture of the cardboard, the way the tape felt tacky under his fingertips, the way the dust danced in the single shaft of late afternoon light cutting through the window. He tried to drown out the throb in his wrist with the sheer effort of being busy. But the ache wouldn't be ignored. It pulsed in time with the heavy, rhythmic thud of his heart. Mark didn't leave. He stayed. His presence, a quiet, unpressured weight in the room. He began picking up a few stray pieces of trash, a piece of discarded packing paper here, a discarded corner of a menu there. He wasn't imposing. He was simply existing in the space, waiting. "I'm just going to grab the heavy one," Mark said softly, not making it a question. "It'll save you a trip to the far corner." Before Daniel could formulate another polite, firm refusal, Mark had moved toward the large box. Daniel watched, paralyzed by a strange, swirling discomfort. He felt the urge to apologize for the very existence of the box, for the fact that it was heavy, for the fact that he had been unable to move it alone. Mark gripped the edges of the cardboard, his muscles tensing slightly, and with a steady, controlled heave, he lifted the box. The weight shifted, the cardboard creaking under the strain, but Mark moved it toward the corner with an ease that made Daniel feel both relieved and deeply, acutely embarrassed. As the box settled into its new place, Mark wiped a bead of sweat from his brow and looked at Daniel. "There, one down." "Thanks," Daniel said, the word feeling small and inadequate. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to make you do that. I was fine, really. I mean to be a bother." The apology spilled out of him, a reflexive habit, a way to soften the impact of having been helped, to preempt the judgment that he might be a burden. He felt the familiar shame rising, the need to apologize for the very fact that someone had seen his struggle and chosen to step into it. Mark stayed silent for a moment, not letting the apology hang in the air like a heavy weight. He didn't offer a platitude or a lecture. He simply leaned back against the wall, looking at the empty space where the box had been. "It's just a box, Daniel," Mark said, his voice low and steady, almost a whisper. "It's just something that needs to move from one place to another. There's no need to say sorry for the weight of it." Daniel looked down at his wrist, at the dark leather of the watch band pressing into the swelling skin. The ache was still there, but the sharp, stinging edge of the embarrassment began to dull, just a fraction. He looked at the scattered menus, the dust, and the heavy, empty spaces of the new apartment. He didn't feel any lighter, but for the first time since the box had slipped, he felt he could take a breath that reached all the way down to his lungs. He didn't say anything else. He just stood there in the quiet, listening to the slow, steady rhythm of the settling apartment. Story 7. Grace feels guilty receiving help in the postpartum weeks. The light in the nursery was a soft, bruised purple, the color of the sky just before the sun decides to commit to the day. It filtered through the thin muslin curtains, casting long, motionless shadows across the floorboards. Grace sat in the rocker, the wood creaking with a rhythmic low moan every time she shifted her weight. The house was held in that heavy, suspended stillness that only exists in the hours between 3 and 5 in the morning, when the rest of the world is tucked away, and the only thing left alive is the steady, shallow breathing of a newborn. On the arm of the chair, a white burp cloth lay crumpled, a small, discarded cloud. The air in the room smelled of unscented lotion, warm milk, and the faint metallic scent of the radiator working quietly in the corner. Everything felt thick, as if the very oxygen had become harder to move through, weighted down by the immense, exhausting gravity of new life. Grace looked down at the small, swaddled weight in her arms. The baby was sleeping, a tiny, closed fist pressed against a cheek that still held the pink flush of recent feeding. In these moments, when the house was silent, the exhaustion wasn't just a feeling in her muscles. It was a physical presence, a fog that settled behind her eyes, and made her limbs feel like they were carved from heavy, waterlogged wood. She wanted to close her eyes. She wanted to let the chair carry her. But even in the deep, hollow ache of her bones, a familiar, sharp tension sat in her chest. It was the sensation of a breath being held. It was the instinct to shrink, to make herself small enough that no one would notice how much she was struggling. A soft knock came from the door. It wasn't a loud sound, but in the vacuum of the night, it felt like a bell. Grace? It was Sarah, her sister, who had been coming by every evening for the last week. Sarah had arrived with a bag of groceries, a warm tray of lasagna, and a quiet, determined refusal to let Grace navigate the shadows alone. The door creaked open. A sliver of warm light from the hallway, cutting across the darkened rug. Sarah stepped in, her movements slow and deliberate, as if she were navigating a room full of glass. She was carrying a small plate with a piece of toast, still steaming slightly, and a mug of tea. "I brought you something to eat," Sarah whispered, her voice a low hum in the dim light. "Before it gets cold." As Sarah approached, Grace felt the familiar reflexive heat rise in her throat. It was a physical sensation, a tightening of the muscles around her windpipe, the sudden, desperate urge to say, "I'm fine. I don't need this. I'm sorry for making you come back up the stairs." "I'm so sorry," Grace said, the words slipping out before she could catch them. The apology felt hollow, a reflex as natural as blinking. "You shouldn't have come back up. You should be sleeping." "I'm sorry, I didn't realize how late it had gotten." Sarah didn't stop. She didn't even pause to acknowledge the apology with a lecture. She simply sat on the edge of the footstool, placing the plate on the small side table next to the nursing pillow. The toast sat there, a pale golden shape in the gloom, the scent of butter and warmth drifting toward Grace. "The toast is still warm," Sarah said softly, reaching out to gently pat Grace's knee. "Just take a bite, even if it's just one." Grace looked at the toast. She looked at the cooling surface of the tea. She felt the immense, terrifying weight of being cared for. To eat the toast was to admit she was hungry. To accept the tea was to admit she was thirsty. To allow Sarah to sit there in the dim nursery lamplight was to admit that she could not do this entirely on her own. "I'm sorry," Grace whispered again, her eyes stinging. "I'm sorry that the house is such a mess. I'm sorry the baby wouldn't settle. I'm sorry I'm just so much right now." Sarah leaned forward, her face partially obscured by the shadows, but her presence was steady, like an anchor. She reached out and took Grace's hand. Her skin was warm, a stark contrast as to the chilled, clammy feeling of Grace's own fingers. "Don't," Sarah said. It wasn't a command, it was a gentle displacement of the air. "Don't apologize for being human, Grace. You are just breathing. You are just being. For a moment, the only sound was the hum of the refrigerator downstairs and the distant, rhythmic click of the radiator. Grace sat in the silence, her hand trapped in the warmth of her sister's grip. She looked at the dim nursery lamp, the small pool of amber light illuminating the edge of the burp cloth and the way the shadows danced on the wall. She felt the urge to pull away, to retreat into the familiar, lonely safety of her own self-sufficiency. It was easier to be alone and ashamed than to be seen and indebted. But the weight of the baby in her arms felt different in that moment. Less like a burden she had to carry perfectly, and more like a living thing that simply existed, needing warmth and milk and a steady heartbeat without any apology for its hunger. Slowly, with a trembling hand, Grace reached for the toast. The crust was crisp, the center soft. As she took a small, hesitant bite, the warmth spread through her, a sudden, startling reminder of her own body. It was a small, mundane thing, a piece of bread, a cup of tea. But in the quiet of the nursery, it felt like a monumental act of receiving. She didn't say sorry when she swallowed. She didn't say sorry when she took a sip of the tea. "Stay?" Grace asked. The word was small, fragile, almost lost in the folds of the milk-warm blanket draped over her lap. It was the hardest question she had ever asked. It was the most terrifying request. Sarah didn't move toward the door. She didn't check the time. She simply adjusted her position on the footstool, leaning her back against the wooden frame of the chair. "I'm staying," Sarah said. They sat together in the deepening blue of the pre-dawn. The light at the blinds began to shift, turning from purple to a pale, translucent gray. The world was beginning to stir, the birds in the trees outside preparing for the first light. Grace watched the way the light moved across the floor, tracing the edge of the discarded burp cloth, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. She felt the ache in her back, the heaviness in her chest, and the lingering ghostly itch of the apology she had almost uttered. But she also felt the weight of the tea mug, the warmth of her sister's hand, and the steady, uncomplicated rhythm of the baby's breath. The dawn was coming, slow and inevitable, washing the room in a light that revealed everything exactly as it was. The mess, the exhaustion, the cooling food, and the quiet, unadorned fact of their shared presence. There was no need to shrink. There was nowhere to hide the need. There was only the breathing, the warmth, and the slow, steady arrival of the day. Story 8. Brother Rowan learns that receiving is also part of the bowl. The monastery at dawn always began with the same low, resonant vibration. It was the sound of the bronze bell, a heavy, singular note that pulled the consciousness upward from the softness of sleep into the cool, gray reality of the waking world. For Brother Rowan, this bell was not just a signal to rise, it was a summons to the familiar, heavy work of being careful. As he sat on the edge of his thin pallet, the air in the cell was still and sharp with the scent of cedar. He moved with a deliberate, muted grace, smoothing his folded robe, pressing out the tiny wrinkles with the palms of his thin hands. He practiced a certain kind of silence, a way of moving through the wooden corridors that left as little trace as possible. He had learned over many years of monastic life that to exist was to occupy space, and to occupy space was to potentially inconvenience the quietude of others. The morning meal was a small, communal affair, held in a room where the light filtered through high, narrow windows in dusty shafts. The steam from the large communal rice bowl rose in a slow, swirling dance, dampening the air with a sweet, starchy warmth. Rowan sat in his usual place, his eyes lowered. As the bowl was passed to him, he felt the familiar, reflexive tightening in his chest. When the rice ran low, and he realized he needed just a small extra scoop to feel a sense of fullness, the words were already forming in his throat, coated in that habitual, apologetic layer. "I am sorry," he whispered, his eyes darting to the server. "But if there is any left, could I perhaps have a little more?" The apology felt like a small, unnecessary shield. He was apologizing for the hunger that lived in his stomach, for the simple biological fact of his presence at the table. It was a way of saying, "Please do not be angry that I am here, consuming what is provided." Later, as the morning shadows began to stretch across the stone courtyard, Rowan was tasked with the maintenance of the small oil lamps that lined the prayer hall. The oil jar was heavy, ceramic, and cool to the touch. As he moved through the dim corridor, refilling the reservoirs, he found himself apologizing to the empty air. He felt a strange, lingering guilt for the weight of the jar in his hands, for the way the oil clung to the wick, for the very necessity of the light itself. He felt as though by asking for what was needed, be it more oil, or a second bowl of rice, or a moment of clarity, he was slowly eroding the sanctity of the monastery's shared peace. He was working in the quiet gloom of the late afternoon when elder brother Thomas approached him. Thomas was a man who seemed to move through the world as if he were part of the architecture, effortless and unburdened. He carried a small cloth and was tending to a smudge on a low wooden table. Rowan, attempting to move his cleaning supplies out of the elder's path, bumped the edge of the oil jar. It made a dull, heavy thud against the cedar floor. "Oh, I am so sorry," Rowan said immediately, his heart quickly thudding against his ribs. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to be in the way. Move it, I'll be much more careful." He began to scramble, his movements jerky and frantic, his face warming with a heat that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. He felt the familiar shame of his own clumsiness, the sudden, sharp fear that his very existence was a series of small, disruptive errors. Thomas did not move away. He did not even look up with frustration. He simply waited for the frantic energy to settle, for the sound of the moving jar to stop echoing in the narrow hallway. When the silence returned, Thomas spoke, his voice low and steady, like the sound of water moving over smooth stones. "The jar is heavy, Rowan," Thomas said. He didn't look up from the table, but his words were directed precisely at the tension in Rowan's shoulders. "I know," Rowan murmured, still clutching the cloth, his eyes fixed on the floor. "I should be more mindful. I'm sorry." Thomas finally looked up. His eyes were not judging. They were simply observing, clear and unblinking. "You spend a great deal of your energy trying to be invisible. You think that if you apologize enough, you can shrink until you are nothing but a shadow in the corner." Rowan felt a sudden stinging ache in his throat. He wanted to deny it, to offer another apology for the fact that he was even being perceived in such a state. But the words wouldn't come. "Tell me," Thomas continued, gesturing vaguely toward the communal bowl they had shared hours before. "When the monastery receives a donation of grain, do we thank the donor only for the grain? Or do we also thank them for the space they have created within our community by allowing us to be fed?" Rowan stayed silent, the weight of the oil jar feeling much more profound in his hands. "A bowl," Thomas said, picking up a small, empty ceramic cup from a nearby shelf, "is a hollow space. It is defined by its emptiness. But a bowl that cannot be filled is not a bowl. It is merely a stone. It has no purpose. To be a bowl is to be a vessel designed specifically to hold. It is designed to receive the rice, the tea, the oil." He set the cup down with a soft, decisive click. "If you refuse to receive, you are refusing the very nature of the vessel. When you apologize for needing the oil or the rice or the light, you are essentially saying that the bowl is broken. You are saying that the emptiness is a mistake. But the emptiness is the most important part. It is the invitation." Thomas stood up, his robe rustling softly against the cedar. "The practice is not just in the giving, Rowan. The practice is in the receiving. To receive with a quiet, open heart, without the need to minimize your presence, is an act of great courage. It allows the cycle to continue. It allows the community to be whole. The oil must be poured, but the lamp must also be there to hold it." He began to walk away, his footsteps rhythmic and unhurried. Rowan stayed in the dim corridor, the scent of cedar and old oil surrounding him. He looked down at the heavy ceramic jar. He looked at the wick of the lamp, waiting for the flame. He thought of the rice, the steam rising in the morning light. He thought of the way the hunger felt, not as a failure, but as a simple, honest signal of being alive. He didn't apologize when he reached for the oil. He simply poured. He watched the golden liquid fill the reservoir, steady and purposeful. He watched the wick soak up the nourishment, preparing itself to hold the light. He felt the weight of the jar, and for the first time he did not try to pretend it wasn't there. He simply felt the weight and let it be.
The moths are still circling that porch light, drawn to the warmth, restless in their tiny, frantic ways. They do not apologize for the light they seek. They do not feel a sense of shame for the way their wings beat against the screen, or for the weight they press against the glass. They simply move toward what is there. Think of the key ring clinking in that dusty stairwell, the sharp, metallic sound of a heavy load being carried by someone else. Think of the sudden, quiet ache under the watch band, the way the wrist felt so heavy, yet the words used to deflect help were so light, so airy, so practiced. There is a peculiar kind of exhaustion in trying to remain weightless, in pretending that the boxes we carry are lighter than they truly are. Recall the scent of that cooling toast in the dim nursery, the way the dawn was just beginning to press its gray fingers against the blinds. The hunger was there, a physical, undeniable thing, yet the throat tightened with a reflex, a sudden, instinctive rising of an apology. It is a heavy thing to carry a hunger that you feel you must hide. And think too of the steam rising from that second bowl of rice in the quiet monastery, the simple rhythmic life of the monks, where even the most basic sustenance is a shared reality. The elder monk did not speak of grand transformations. He only pointed to the vessel itself. When we look at these moments together, the moth, the key ring, the toast, the bowl, we see a single shimmering thread. It is the thread of the reflex, the habit of shrinking ourselves so that we might occupy less space, so that we might be easier to hold, easier to keep, easier to love. We have spent so much of our lives trying to negotiate our way out of being a burden. We have tried to make our needs so small, so quiet, so well managed, that no one would ever have to notice the cost of them. We have lived under the quiet, mistaken belief that if we can just become seamless, if we can just present a surface that requires nothing, we will finally be safe from the judgment of our own weight. We thought that by erasing the edges of our longing, we could protect the people we love from the friction of our existence, but there is a deeper truth, one that lives in the very shape of the things we use. Consider the bowl. A bowl is not a complete object if it is only capable of giving. A bowl that only offers is merely a lid or a plate or a stone. To be a bowl
It must possess a hollow. It must have a capacity to be empty, to hold, to be filled. Its very purpose is defined by its emptiness. If a bowl were solid, it could hold nothing. It would be incapable of the very thing that gives it its name. The hollow is not a flaw in the ceramic. It is not a failure of the clay. It is the essential feature that allows the bowl to participate in the world, to receive the rice, the water, or the soup. The bowl must first allow itself to be a space that can be occupied. The same is true for the heart, the part of us that feels the ache, the part that feels the thirst, the part that needs the warmth of a hand or the steady presence of a friend. That is not a defect. It is the hollow. It is the capacity that allows the world to reach us. When we apologize for our needs, we are, in a way, apologizing for the hollow. We are trying to fill the space with apologies so that nothing can ever land there. We are trying to turn the bowl into a stone, thinking that a stone is safer because it cannot be emptied. But a stone cannot be nourished. A stone cannot hold the warmth of the tea or the comfort of a shared meal. The practice is not to find a way to need less. The practice is to recognize that the need itself is the opening. To be human is to be a vessel. We are constantly being filled and constantly being emptied. We receive the air, we receive the food, we receive the gaze of others, and we pass it on. The movement of life is a constant flow through the hollow. There is no shame in the hunger. There is no shame in the thirst. There is no shame in the way the weight of a life must be shared piece by piece, box by box, breath by breath. The bowl does not ask permission to be filled. It simply stays open, waiting for the next movement of the world. The room is still now. The house has settled into its nightly rhythm, the floorboards cooling, the air growing heavy and quiet. You are lying there, tucked beneath the weight of your blankets, and the day has finally finished its movement. The light has retreated, leaving only the soft, dim edges of your world. As you drift closer to sleep, the echoes of the day might still be humming in the back of your mind. Perhaps there is a small, lingering sting from a conversation earlier this afternoon. Maybe you can still feel the tightness in your throat from that moment you started to ask for something, only to catch yourself, smoothing the words down, shrinking the request until it was small enough to be invisible. Perhaps you are still carrying the ghost of a sorry that you breathed out before you even finished your sentence. It is a heavy thing to carry, this habit of making yourself small so as not to take up too much space. It is an exhausting way to move through the world, constantly measuring the weight of your own presence against the comfort of others, always calculating if your hunger or your tiredness or your simple need for a hand to hold might be an inconvenience. It is a quiet, lonely labor, this attempt to be a person who requires nothing. But tonight, let the blankets hold you. Let the mattress take your full weight without you needing to lift yourself even a fraction to make it easier for the bed. You do not need to hover. You do not need to minimize your body to fit the space. You are allowed to be heavy. You are allowed to be here in all your fullness, occupying the space that is yours. Think back to the stories we have sat with tonight. The thirsty mouth in the night, the heavy box in the stairwell, the tears in the kitchen, the ache of the splintered heel. There is a common thread in all of them, a soft, persistent vibration of a heart trying to apologize for its own existence. We have seen how often we treat our basic human needs as if they were errors in judgment or flaws in our character. We have seen how we try to negotiate our way out of being a burden, believing that if we can just become more efficient, more silent, more self-sufficient, then we will finally be safe to love. But there is a different truth, one that is as steady and ancient as the turning of the seasons. It is a truth that does not require you to do any work. The truth is that the bowl is made for two purposes. It is made to hold the rice, yes, but it is also made to be filled. A bowl that cannot receive is not a bowl at all. It is merely a stone. To be human is to be a vessel that is constantly being filled and constantly being emptied. To receive care, to receive warmth, to receive a quiet moment of companionship is not an imposition on the world. It is the very way the world moves through us. When you allow someone to bring you water, or to sit with you in the dark, or to help you carry a load, you are not taking something away from them. You are participating in the natural flowing movement of life. You are allowing the cycle of giving and receiving to complete itself. You do not need to become impossible to need in order to be worthy of tenderness. You do not need to earn your place in the room by being easy, or by being silent, or by being a person who asks for nothing. The tenderness you seek is not a reward for your self-sufficiency. It is something that is available to you simply because you are here. You are worthy of care in your fever, in your grief, in your exhaustion, and in your quietest, most ordinary moments of longing. The world is wide enough for your needs. There is room for your hunger. There is room for your fatigue. There is room for the way you lean into the person beside you. As you sink deeper into the pillows, let the need to apologize dissolve into the darkness. Let the sorry that lives in your chest soften and melt like salt in warm water. You do not need to apologize for the fact that you are breathing. You do not need to apologize for the fact that you are alive, and that being alive involves being vulnerable, and being vulnerable involves needing. The night is not a judge. The darkness is not a critic. The night is simply a container, holding you safely while you rest. It holds the heavy, the light, the tired, and the seeking. It holds you exactly as you are, without any requirement for you to be anything less than a person who is part of the great breathing whole. Rest now, in the knowledge that your presence is not a debt. Rest in the knowledge that your needs are not offenses. You are allowed to be here. You are allowed to be held. You are allowed to simply be. The breathing is slow. The world is quiet. You are safe to let go. You are safe to rest.
you.